Oh, no, I can hardly hear you.
Plant. People have been confused about this plant for over 80 years, and many still don't know what hemp is. So now you know hemp is not marijuana, and marijuana is not hemp. They are different varieties.
Hey, I hardly hear you.
HempUSA.org wants the world to know.
I hear you, but it's so tiny. I hear the intro thing.
Protein powder is the best.
Oh, how's that?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Got to turn the cue down.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get your guest up on the phone. Hold on a second. All right, we've got your guest up.
Okay, great.
Glad to be back on the air.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I hardly remember you.
But, you know, gee. Well, yeah, and then you were off for the week before, so.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's why it feels like so long. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had that guest host, yeah.
Guest host. Did a great job.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big help, man. He's been helping me book guests and stuff, so it's going really good.
Cool deal. Well, is Bernie going to steal some super delegates or what?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
This whole thing is so rigged.
Yeah, it really is.
So pathetic. Shit. Hillary just makes me sick to my stomach.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm so disappointed.
Yep. Well, I hope he stays in there and stirs shit up.
Well, California's looking good, and Indiana's looking good. But the one they keep talking about is Maryland. The one state he's losing in big on Tuesday, they keep talking about Maryland. The media is just so biased for Hillary. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, the fix is in.
Oh, forget it. Yeah. Oh, boy.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and bring Q up. We're getting close.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
Vaccines, psychotropic drugs, and artillery batteries not included.
No rules, no rules, no taboo topics, no taboo topics, no fear of doom, no fear of doom. We are American Freedom Radio, American Freedom Radio.
It's the Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of New World Order resistance, high-profile court cases in the news, and interviews with expert guests and authors on these topics and more. It's the Opperman Report. And now, here is investigator Ed Opperman.
Okay, welcome to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, private investigator Ed Opperman, and this show is brought to you by Remicade for Cheryl. One of our favorite listeners, Matthew Winnicott, has a GoFundMe page called Remicade for Cheryl because they're trying to raise funds to pay for medication that Cheryl needs. You know, there's stuff called Remicade, and it costs a fortune. It's like $3,000 a month, so we're trying to help them out as much as we can. If this is the first time listening to the show, or even if it's not the first time, if it's the second time, let's say, right? You go to OppermanReport.com, and there's a members section there where you could sign up, and you get all kinds of fun, exclusive content on there that you won't find on Friday nights or Saturday nights. Here we go. Okay, got it. Okay, 1 second. Okay. We have today with us Dr. Eric Karlstrom. Doctor, are you there? Eric, can you hear me? Danny, we got Eric on the phone? Thought we had him. Okay. I tell you what, I'll just...
we have him on the phone.
Oh, yeah. So, Dr. Karlstrom, are you there? Hello? Yeah, I can't hear him. Can you hear him, Danny?
Try now.
Hello.
Dr. Karlstrom, how are you?
Good. Hi, Ed.
It's getting a little worried.
I just changed phones. Maybe that helped. I don't know.
Yeah, now we can hear you really good. I was a little worried there. Okay.
Good.
So, Dr. Eric Karlstrom, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Well, I was a physical geography professor for 30 years at Northern Arizona University, then University of Kansas, and then the longest stint was at California State University, Stanislaus in the Central Valley. My field is actually physical geography, which is kind of the physical science part of geography, including climate, soils, landforms, and that sort of thing. But I also taught a course there at Stanislaus State called Human Ecology, which got into environmental issues, which I've always been interested in since I love the environment and hiking and climbing and all that good stuff. I retired 2011 and have been, of course, maybe professors just kind of continue doing what they've always done. I've just continued doing research. I've got 4 websites, and my other passion, non-academic passion, is music, so I've been doing as much guitar and banjo playing as I can, plus doing the research for these websites. And the websites are 911nwo.com, which I've been working on pretty much since September 11th, 2001. The other one is naturalclimatechange.us, which plays into my academic specialty of climatology and long-term patterns of climate change, which really is my academic field. And then the third one is waterwatchalliance.us, that has to do with water issues in the San Luis Valley, Colorado, where I live now. And there's a very, very, very large pool of fresh water here, which, of course, could be worth many, many hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars, depending on where it was sold and for what price. And then my fun music site is erickarlstrom.com. So since I retired in 2011, I've been working on mostly the 911 New World Order site, but some on the Natural Climate Change site. These are very large websites, basically just to provide information for people. In terms of my research, I would say I've pretty much proven, as well as many others, that 911 or September 11th was false flag, state-sponsored synthetic terror event, and so therefore we're not being told the truth. And likewise with the global warming, I would say fraud as well. These are cover stories to hide much, much larger agendas. So I wouldn't even call these conspiracy theories. I would just call this conspiracy reality or conspiracy science. So anywhere you want to go from now, Ed, that gives you kind of a basis of what I've been doing.
Okay, I got a couple of questions for you. One, now when I was looking up on Skype, trying to get your Skype name, right, I noticed you live in a town called Karlstrom, this little tiny town.
Yes.
How did you wind up in this little tiny? It's because you knew that this valuable water was there? No.
Well, okay. Long story short, Karlstrom is a small community of 1,500 in the San Luis Valley of southern Colorado. The beautiful Sangre de Cristo Mountains have 14,000-foot peaks right above where I live, and I'm looking up at a couple glacial moraines. It's really very spectacular country, and it was rather inexpensive to buy in here, kind of like a poor man's Tetons, in my view. And the way I got to know this place is when I had gone to college back in the late 60s at Prescott College, Arizona. I knew a group of Carmelite Catholics the Spiritual Life Institute, who were invited to come and form a kind of a hermitage here, and then they had a celebration party for their friends in the mid-'80s. I came and I saw the place, and being an outdoorsy type, I fell in love with it. And then when I could afford to buy land, I did. So, and then that gives me, I guess, a little platform. When I retired, I've been working on a rather extended series of articles in response to a comment made by a guy named Tom DeWeese of the American Policy Center, who said, Crestone Baca, Marie Strong believes, is the Vatican City of the New World Order. Small town, 1,500, but we have a kind of a spiritual United Nations of many, many different religions here, invited by the Manitou Foundation, associated with Marie Strong. So I have been working on that to try to answer that question. Is Crestone Baca the Vatican City of the New World Order? In other words, this kind of merger of all the religions into one world religion. So those are kind of my areas of interest. I'm not looking to get rich. I'm not looking even to write a book. I'm just looking to find out what's really going on in the world, and I'm using these websites as a kind of a approach for that.
Okay, now you kind of, the impression I get is your starting point, like a lot of people describe it as becoming awake, and your starting point as far as that goes was September 11th?
Oh, no. As I say, I was in college in the late 60s during the Vietnam War era, and I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. So, the Kennedy assassination is in my memory. The Cuban Missile Crisis is in my memory. And even at the age of 13, 14, when Kennedy was assassinated, I would, glance at the Washington Post once in a while and notice all these people getting bumped off who were subpoenaed to give testimony. So I would say, and then in the context, especially of my human ecology course, I really kind of investigated what the corporatocracy it was up to. So, no, this isn't. My wake-up was a long time ago, but September 11th kind of galvanized really an immediacy to what in the heck is happening here, because obviously it's not as it was portrayed. At least that was my impression, and then research has shown that to be the case.
Now, did you come to that conclusion right away, like the day it happened, or a week later, a month later?
Not quite the day it happened, no. Just as kind of, since this is just a, kind of sharing kind of human interest things, Crestone Baca and the San Luis Valley is sometimes called the Mysterious Valley. There was a fellow named Christopher O'Brien, a guy from New York City who was a musician and a bit of a writer. He's written 3 books about all the UFO activity in the San Luis Valley, going back to Skippy the Horse and Alamosa back in '57, I believe. And he wrote a little paper, a white paper that he sold for $5 at the local tiny grocery store. And again, he'd been researching so we call it the cryptocracy, ruled by secrecy, for a long time. And he came to the conclusion in his maybe 20-page paper, which he sold for $5 and I bought, he came to the conclusion that the CIA and the Mossad were behind the September 11th attacks as a false flag. And by golly, my research and that of many, many others more or less bears that out. So I guess in terms of the 911 thing, then I got a local guy here who knew something about computers to help me set up a Google Pages website, and I wrote an article. The following year, Reflections on the Origins of 911, 3 Scenarios, which is kind of a 60-page academic-style paper. Lots of references and that sort of thing, in which I came to the conclusion, based on the information that I could find, that it was an inside job. So that was 2002, and I've been kind of plugging away on it ever since.
That's interesting. And, since you were working, in academia, did you have any kind of blowback from the colleges? Because I know some professors got a lot of flack. Did you?
I think they just did their very, very best to ignore me.
Really? Okay.
I was teaching at a very conservative part of California in the Central Valley. A a lot of kind of Republican Bible Belt area, and my views probably were not widely shared. Even on the climate change thing, I was the Lone Ranger there too. All the other professors were teaching the students that humans were causing this catastrophic global warming, and I was the guy teaching climatology, and I said, no, we're not. In fact, it's been cooling since 1998, and something else is happening here. It's called propaganda. So, and then the students would say, well, Dr. Karlstrom, Dr. So-and-so told us that humans are causing catastrophic global warming, and you're saying that's not true. And I would say, well, I guess this is just an opportunity for you to use your critical thinking skills and look at both sides and come to your conclusions.
So it's your position that it's not man-made climate change, or that there's no climate change at all?
Well, as somebody who's taught climatology and quaternary environments, which is the last 2 or 3 million years of Earth history, which includes the ice ages, of course, I'm very, very well aware, and as an Earth scientist, I'm well aware of how much climate has changed over time. There's a basic flaw in the rhetoric, and that is that there's a confusion, I think, between weather and climate. Weather is the day-to-day changes in temperature and moisture and wind and caused by the day and night, the rotation of the Earth on its axis, and the seasons, the tilt of the Earth's axis, and then climate is average weather, maybe changing on 30-year means. And, climate and weather are always changing, and it's a very, very complex system. And to boil it down to one tiny little trace gas of carbon dioxide, and we don't put out the most of the carbon dioxide, which, by the way, is a greenhouse gas, but it is the basis of photosynthesis. The more CO2 we have, the more plants. So we're in a very strange position of wanting to cut back CO2 when CO2 helps plant production, as any greenhouse person would be able to tell you. So anyway, of course, climate is changing. But what has happened is it's turned into kind of, because it is confusing, it's turned into a big political, opportunistic thing for the ruling elite that wants to control economic activity, because of fossil fuels, which of course emit CO2 as a byproduct, that comprises 85% of all the world's energy. So if you can tell people, okay, carbon dioxide is destroying the planet, it's your responsibility to stop, driving, don't heat your homes, whatever, or pay us taxes if you're going to continue doing that. Well, this is an opportunity for the UN and other elites to control all economic activity, and most particularly to deindustrialize America and the other industrial countries, which has been the goal, it seems, for a long, long time, because they want to level the playing field and bring the United States down. After World War II, the United States, with 5% of the world's population, had 50% of the world's wealth. And there were a lot of jealous countries, as far as my research shows, and especially England, which, of course, has been in close cooperation with the Council on Foreign Relations, the CIA, and the Eastern establishment for a long, long time, and to the extent that we basically have been, kind of dancing to their tune, as far as I can tell, with the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations as the world's brainwashing center in near London, etc. So, the goal is to deindustrialize and poor the United States, bring us down. Of course, we see the middle class shrinking, and these are, there's lots of position papers. There's lots of places you can go with think tanks and books and whatnot to see that these activities are actually planned and plotted. I guess if you consider that to be a crime, then it would have to be a conspiracy, because people are making plans to do this right after World War II.
Now, you brought up Tavistock, okay? Why don't you describe to us exactly what is Tavistock?
Well, Tavistock Institute of Human Relations, as I say, has been called the world's brainwashing center. It was formed right after World War I. Some say Dr. John Coleman, who wrote the first really good authoritative book about the Tavistock Institute in, I think, 2006 or 2008. John Coleman was an ex-MI6 agent and a PhD in political science. And so a lot of good information in there about the history of Tavistock. And what he'll tell you is that it formed right about the time of World War I. There was a brigadier general named John Rawlings Rees, who also was a psychologist and was head of the British Psychological Warfare Division. And these guys teamed up with some psychologists, including Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis. And the idea was that, wars are fought in the minds of men, and so therefore we have to be able to change people's perceptions. We have to learn how to do this. It's more cost-effective than sending soldiers. And one of the first projects they did was they looked at soldiers from World War I, British soldiers who had suffered from shell shock, which we call now post-traumatic stress disorder. And their minds were shattered by the trauma of war. And so they decided to have a project to see what caused the minds of these soldiers to split. Now, their goal was not to heal the soldiers, to make them better. It was to figure out how to split a mind and do that to the public mind, do that to individuals and to the masses in order to get the public mind kind of to be shocked, dissociated, traumatized, terrorized, so that they could then come in and manipulate those fearful masses and convince them to, for instance, go to war with Germany in World War I and World War II. They really used this information to good effect in the United States and Britain to get the Americans to rally against the Germans, which is amazing when you consider how many Americans have relatives who are German. But the propaganda was good enough so that American soldiers were willing to go and lay down their lives to fight these purported monsters. So this is really 1928 was when Edward Bernays, who's the nephew of Sigmund Freud, wrote the book Propaganda, and of course the young budding PR industry, Ivy Lee from New York City, came out at about this time. So what we've seen then is, that the really wealthy elites, the bankers, et cetera, have been able to buy or hire or rent or whatever the world's top psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, and to weaponize those fields and use that information to manipulate the masses. And of course 911 comes out of that, as all of these other staged events like Sandy Hook and the Boston Marathon bombing and the Aurora shootings, and you go down the list. There's the 7/7 in London, and there's Spain, and there's recently in Paris, and then there's recently, it just down the line, because if you can traumatize the public and get them afraid, then you can get them to give up their liberties. And as our good old Ben Franklin said, those who would give up a temporary would give up an essential liberty for temporary security deserve neither liberty nor security. And that's where we are now. We're being scared to death with all these contrived events. And, of course, what happened after 9/11? Well, we put billions of dollars into this Department of Homeland Security, which now has, 200,000 employees and a budget of, $65 billion a year, and ramped up all the other intelligence agencies commensurately, and now these have tied in with local police forces. So we now have an American Gestapo, Stasi state, in a sense, and it's extended across the world. So all of this is, I would say, Tavistock. It's coming from Tavistock, and then through its feeder associate organizations like the Stanford Research Institute and MIT's and Wharton School of Economics, and there's just, if you go into John Coleman's books, there's hundreds. Thousands of think tanks that are affiliated with Tavistock. And Tavistock is very much associated with the intelligence branch, like MI6 and CIA and Mossad and down the line, So it's really a way to control the behavior and the attitudes and the thoughts of the masses. Now, Thomas Jefferson said, the nation that wants to be ignorant and free wants what has never been and can never be. And that's where we are today. I think we are. I go out on the trail, I meet nice people who listen to a lot of NPR, and it's their religion that humans are wrecking the earth with our, driving around and global warming and all this stuff. Well, nothing could be further from the truth, and yet these smart people are very, very convinced. Now, I say that's very, very effective propaganda, and the reason that I can say that is because I put in decades and decades studying natural climate change, and what we've seen in our lifetimes in terms of climate change is nil compared to what the nature does, over the long term. So the idea of making people afraid is like you're going to be afraid that the sun's going to go down tonight, thinking it's not going to come up tomorrow morning. But we know from past experience that it's going to come up tomorrow morning. So there's no reason to give up your liberties to get people to protect you from the dark. That's essentially what I think they've done.
Okay, then back to climate change again. How do you explain like all these sinkholes you see now that wasn't common when I was in high school?
Sinkholes.
Yeah.
Can you fill me in what you're talking about? I'm not exactly sure.
Oh no, you've never heard of sinkholes like in Florida and stuff like that, where suddenly.
Sure, we call them dolines, and they're usually related to karst. They can be related to melting ice. They can usually related to limestone. But it's like there's a whole series of propaganda items that go along with this, which are all untrue. I've discovered. The polar bears are dying. Not true. They're doing better because all creatures do better when it gets warmer. The ocean is getting more acidic. Not true. The sea level is rising catastrophically. Not true. The sea level's been coming up at about the rate of 7 inches per century. Since about the mid-1600s, when we were in the depths of what we call the Little Ice Age. So the natural warming of a cycle has been going on, for several hundred years, and it has caused this relatively slow and manageable increase in sea level. So all of these factors, which we're told over and over again are catastrophic, are in fact nature. Every year the ice melts in the springtime in the northern hemisphere, and every year the ice melts in the springtime, our fall and their springtime in the southern hemisphere. So, it's so easy to fool people on these things because most people are not conversant with the Earth and its many, many complex systems, and the most complex of all, really, and the field out of which chaos theory derives is meteorology and climatology. So, the butterfly effect. A butterfly flaps its wings in Iowa, and then this sets off a cascade, a change of unpredictable events, and that might trigger a hurricane, off the Florida Keys. That's the essence of chaos theory, and it comes right out of climatology, meteorology. It's called sensitive dependence on initial conditions. And it's impossible to predict the weather for more than 10 days for that reason. And so we've got all these, very, very expensive computer models that mostly coming out of Britain that wants to rule the world through the UN. And they're all, projecting, warming. And every one of them is disproven because what we've had is cooling since 1998. So they really, what's the other great Thomas Jefferson line, takes the full force of government to support the lie. The truth stands by itself, which is one reason I'm not breaking my neck on this climate change thing and going out and giving talks because, nature is going to show. It is showing people if they care to look at the information that this global warming thing is a fraud. And then, of course, they changed the term to for propaganda purposes to climate change, because now if it snows, it's climate change. If it's a heat wave, it's climate change. If it's, if it's a drought, it's climate. Bottom line, all this is natural. Now humans have and are. Here's my take on it, Ed. The climate change thing has several. The fraud has several purposes, one of which is global government, because the UN wants to be the prototypical government. It wants to control economic activity by controlling and taxing carbon dioxide. But another one is it's a cover story for their geoengineering program, which is very real and has been going on since World War II. So a lot of the billions of dollars that governments have paid out for quote-unquote climate change or global warming research has gone into geoengineering projects. Now, this is something I'm very concerned about, and that's really what we need to talk about, and yet mostly the press is mum, as well as Congress, as well as the military. Fact is, we've been doing geoengineering for a long time, and we continue to do it. And yeah, there may be some human influence of warming in the Arctic, because the Soviet Union and the United States had actually made agreements in the 70s. Let's see if we can warm things up here so we can get more oil. Again, this is not real large warming, but then it would be due to factors other than people driving their cars and burning fossil fuels.
Can you first, before you go too far on that, explain for the audience exactly what geoengineering is?
Okay, well, there's a mindset on this planet which is kind of common to engineers, which is, we want to control all systems. And geoengineering would be an attempt to control the weather, call it weather modification. The Air Force has position papers, going way back into the 90s, weather as a force multiplier, owning the weather by 2025. And they're talking about setting up ionic spheric mirrors in the upper level of the atmosphere, called the ionosphere, where they could direct radio waves and other long-wave ELFs, extremely long-frequency radiation, say put out by HAARP and other ionospheric heaters, that would go up to these relatively flat, constructed ionospheric mirrors, and they'd be able to bounce them down to any point on the Earth. Now, if that radiant energy were to come down, say, on a fault zone that has a history of earthquakes and has been locked up for quite a while, and there hasn't been an earthquake, in other words, it's unstable, a little bit of energy applied to that zone could cause an earthquake. So geoengineering would include things like guiding, steering, juicing hurricanes, creating tornadoes, creating floods and droughts by manipulating the atmospheric rivers and the high and the low pressure cells. Of course, you can imagine the deniability, the plausible deniability that goes with this. If a hurricane slams into a city, the military or the government can say, well, it's nature, where it might not be nature. And so we've reached a fuzzy point now in terms of what's human and what's not human. The geoengineering, to me, is a major concern, and again, governments don't want to discuss it. And yet in 2010, the Congress of the United States and the House of Lords in Britain passed 5 laws saying we need to regulate this stuff. So for years they denied it existed, and then in 2010 they say we're going to regulate it. So in other words, it does exist. And people call it, chemtrails, the aerial spring. The Air Force would say, no, they're not chemtrails, they're persisting contrails. But, the bottom line is it's not just water vapor up there. There are things being put into the atmosphere. And...
that's a good example, because we look up at the sky today and we see these trails, vapor trails, chemtrails, whatever you want to call them, okay? And obviously it's not the same ones that we saw when we were kids, looking up in the sky. You could look up in the sky when you were a kid and it was different. I'm 53 years old. You're 66 about, I'm assuming?
That's correct.
Yeah. So now, so obviously something is different.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, the point I'm trying to make to you with the sinkholes. Because I know when I was a kid, we weren't seeing these sinkholes all the time.
You really have me...
You've never heard of sinkholes?
I talk about sinkholes, but I'm gathering that you are referring to some catastrophic development of sinkholes which has gotten in the newspapers, or what?
Oh, yeah, it seems to be that it's much more common and current to see these sinkholes being reported in the news all the time. And they're much bigger than they ever were.
Well, again, I think that, the media is central to the whole propaganda system.
Okay.
Television and newspapers. Going back to, the many, many, many illegal projects of the CIA, there was Operation Mockingbird in the 50s, in which the CIA bought up, I don't know how many, they spent out billions of dollars to employ top reporters at influential newspapers and professors to make sure that the CIA party line was put out there. Well, it's the same now. I mean, the media will often just take stories, word for word, written by the government. A lot of what the CIA does, write stories. So it's part of this perception management thing. And again, I had my students coming in talking about, in my climatology class, about the catastrophic rise in sea level, and I say, gee, that's interesting. And then I'd go to the world expert on sea level, Nils Axel Morner from Sweden of the International Quaternary Association, and he said, no, I've been all over the place, and sea level's rising about the same rate, on average 7 inches per century, as it has for the last several centuries. So, you can show ice melting on pictures in newspapers and magazines and give people, create the impression that, something catastrophic is happening. You can put a camera on hurricanes and then have Dan Rather standing out there hugging a pole, say, climate change. Well, but, if you actually look at the data, and look at the number of hurricanes per year, there hasn't been an increase in hurricanes in the second half of the 20th century or now. In fact, it's slightly the other way. So, again, going back to the statistics, going back to the data, it kind of, it just disproves this as a propaganda ploy to allow a centralized group, the UN, to control, in my opinion, economic activity, and then you and I are going to have to pay big taxes, and big nations like the United States are going to have to pay carbon reparations, billions of dollars to third world countries for all our climate sins. As if, this is kind of an indulgences thing with the Catholic Church or something. Yes, we have sinned, now we're going to pay. Well, that's, if they, if you can, they might want to sell you a bridge, in Arizona too, it depends on how good a salesman they are, how good they are at fooling you and making you believe something that is just not true. And that's where science, I think, comes to the fore. And I'm not going to say all professors are, the be-all and the end-all, but the academic scientific approach is to look at as much information as you can and find it out, independently of some claims that are made. And of course, that's part of the scientific process. I don't believe you, prove it.
Right.
And if you go in with that skeptical attitude, that's sometimes a good start.
Well, okay, obviously I'm not a scientist, I'm not a geologist, I usually stay away from the climate change topic myself because I just have no expertise in that area. Okay, but like I said, I can look up in the sky, I see there's these trails up there that were not there when I was a kid. I turn on the TV, I see sinkholes, you say, well, okay, fine, it's the media is a Mockingbird, Project Mockingbird, all that kind of stuff. Okay, but now what about Hurricane Sandy? I grew up in Staten Island, right? I spent so many summers down on the Jersey Shore. Now, this was the biggest hurricane in 100 years. We had 30 deaths on Staten Island. There was flooding like there has never been in my entire life, or even as reported in the past 100 years. But now you're saying that's what are you saying about that? That's just...
I can't definitively say one way or the other, but I have a very strong suspicion that was engineered and steered. That technology has been available for quite a while, going back to Project Cumulus that the military ran back in the 70s. They learned that they could juice a hurricane that they could, increase its size, I think 30%, something like that, and decrease its size and actually steer it. And I don't know if you've heard of Dr. Judy Wood.
Sure.
And the towers, where do the towers go? And one of the things that she found out in the process of looking at these thousands and thousands of high-quality photos at Ground Zero right after 9/11, she saw this gigantic hurricane called Hurricane Erin, which was a Category 5 and then Category 4, which came within 90 miles of Manhattan on the day of September 11th. Now, there was no press coverage on that. And then it came within 90 miles, and then it veered off up towards the northeast, towards Ireland, and off into the Atlantic. And, I think that, she would make the case, and I would probably agree, that one was steered. If they could steer Erin in 2001, they can steer Sandy in 2009. So I have to say I'm not sure, but I'm saying the technology's there. It could certainly have been manipulated. I think maybe Katrina was also steered. Again, this fuzzy line that the military has in doing operations at home, where they do a lot of experiments on American guinea pigs, versus overseas. I mean, it's a very blurry line if you look at the past record of the military, using American subjects and that sort of thing. I can't say for sure, but that was certainly my gut level. And, you can't chase down every single event. Fortunately, there's a lot of people looking at these things, but I didn't spend a lot of time with Hurricane Sandy.
No, and I only bring it up because I'm from there,
Yeah.
And,
whether it was man-made or natural, it was, it was catastrophic for the people involved, and that's the scary thing, is that humans are now an agent of change, I think, or can be in these geophysical areas. And there's documents by guys named Glenn McDonald, who's one of the Jason group of physicists, I think, from UCLA, who said, we can use the weather and the Earth as a weapon. And here's how you do it. You find areas where there's instabilities, and you add a little energy, and you push it over a threshold, and then, now you've got an earthquake, or now you've steered the hurricane, or whatever, In other words, physicists, this is geoengineering, trying to control Earth systems. And humans being very clever, and the military being very clever with lots of money, have figured out a lot about this. Now, on my naturalclimatechange.us website, for those who are interested, I did a PowerPoint presentation, 2011, for a panel discussion at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco, and it's called Man-Made Climate Change in the Skies. And in that PowerPoint, I give the history of weather modification, patents, laws covering this sort of thing, and geoengineering. So if people are interested in kind of getting a basic introduction for what's been done, I mean, this certainly goes back to World War II. The British were involved in experiments on their own people, as well as with the Germans during the war, and then Americans as well, right in the 40s and 50s. The Weather Modification Organization was started in the United States in 1950. So that's how long, and then seeding the clouds and that sort of thing. That's how long they've been doing this sort of thing. So if you are a district here in where I live, in the San Luis Valley, where we get a lot of drought, you really can look over at your neighbors up in Gunnison and say, what are you guys hiring these weather modification companies for? It could be that the water you're getting with those hail cannons in the winter that you use, that would be going here, but no, you've got it over there, so you have a better ski season. And the ski areas have been, Colorado have been doing this for a long time. The Denver municipal area wants to keep water coming to their area, so they've been modifying the weather. So there's no question there's a commercial aspect to this. There's companies in Asia that will, take your money and tell you that they can, stop a hurricane, or make it stronger, whatever you want,
Yeah, remember they had that old movie, The Rainmaker, right? He used to come to town and get you remember that movie, right?
Well, yeah, that's what's funny about the weather. It is very, very sensitive, and who knows whether these charlatans have that kind of power. Maybe some of them, had some juju to do that. I don't know,
Now, explain to me, because the distinction, because you say geoengineering, okay, we can control the weather, but then on the other hand, you're saying climate change doesn't exist, and man cannot change weather, but only through exhaust fumes?
Well, see, this is
Yeah.
why. No, that's not exactly what I said.
Okay.
This is why it's so difficult to talk about these things. Certainly, I would never say climate change doesn't exist, because I taught about climate change. Climate always changes, and weather always changes. The question is, what are the main climate drivers? Now, if you go to all the these models, these very, very expensive computer models that the British government and the American government and various meteorological places have put together, in the assumptions for these big computer models, they will assume that the main climate driver is the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. Okay, they've factored out the sun, which of course is a variable star, so we don't get a completely constant flow of energy from the sun, and all of our weather system is driven by the sun. So to ignore the sun and say, okay, the only variable we're going to look at is carbon dioxide, well, in computer language, that's called garbage in, garbage out. You put in garbage assumptions, you're going to get garbage conclusions. And the other major assumption that they have in all these computer models, which are very expensive, is that before 1850, when humans started driving cars and burning fossil fuels, well, not cars, but coal and, that sort of thing, the steam era, before 1850, going back, we don't exactly know what the patterns were, so we're just going to say there was no climate change before 1850. Okay, that is also crazy, because, like I say, I taught a course in what we call quaternary environments, which is the ice ages of the last 2 to 3 million years, and we've had about 20 major glacial, interglacial fluctuations. And during 20,000 years ago, Canada was covered under a couple, 3 miles of ice. Now, I'd say that's some serious climate change. And then at that same time, of course, that water had to come from somewhere. It came from the oceans. Sea level was 300 or 400 feet lower 20,000 years ago. And then if we go back 125,000 years to the previous interglacial, we are in an interglacial now, sea level was, 3 to 4 meters higher than now. In other words, there was less ice on the planet, more water in the ocean, and there was nobody driving cars 125,000 years ago. So when you start to look at the long-term patterns and even the short-term patterns of natural climate change, you see that it totally eclipses anything that humans have done, since the beginning of the fossil fuel age. So again, because we're all fairly short-lived creatures, we're like bugs on a sequoia. We might live to 100 years. That doesn't give us a memory for the Earth's changes. I mean, I'm talking the last 2 to 3 million years of the Ice Age, and then you go back before that, the Tertiary, the age of mammal gigantism between about 65 million years and 3 million years, and it was considerably warmer during that time. It was so much warmer that, these mammals got very, very big. Basically, warm is good for plants and animals. When we had the middle of the present interglacial, about 6,000 years ago, 4,000, we call it the climatic optimum because, again, plants and animals thrive when it's warmer. And then when it gets colder, which is also a natural cycle, then plants and animals start having shorter lifespans. They can't make it in the northerly climates, so they have to kind of migrate south. You get more species extinction. So basically, the whole idea that warming is catastrophic is wrong because, again, CO2 is good, warming is good. And rapid cooling, however, is shorter growing seasons, less agriculture, less food, can't support as many people. So, again, this is the basis of propaganda. You repeat the lie over and over again so that people know that it's true. Well, again, it's just not true. I mean, that's why we need to hold on to some semblance of a scientific skeptical mentality, so we can check these claims against reality.
I like warm weather. Okay, and I moved out west. I live in Vegas now.
That's right, exactly. Those people from Staten Island are moving down to Florida and Las Vegas.
You want to laugh. When I moved from Staten Island to Las Vegas, and it was brand new construction, the first neighbor I met was from my neighborhood in Staten Island. Okay. We would have went to the same high school. That's how close we lived. But now, and one thing though, and then we can move on from climate change, is living here in Vegas now, okay? For some reason, now there's flooding here. We have flooding. But they are building incredible amounts of flood channels and basins to collect flood water. And it just seems like they're preparing for something. Now, would you have any kind of insight on that?
I would only have my impression, Ed, and that is that you might just call it xeriscaping. I mean, they might just be planning to catch and use every natural drop of water that falls. Xeriscaping means landscaping for a desert, and you really are a desert. You have 2 to 3 inches, 4 inches of rain a year.
Yeah.
That's true desert in Vegas. And I would hope that they're just being smart and they're figuring out how to collect every single drop of rain that falls and use it, because all these cities we have out west, where there is less precipitation than evaporation west of the 100th meridian. John Wesley Powell came out in 1869 for the U.S. Geological Survey. He went down the Colorado River. He looked around how dry it was in Arizona and Colorado, and Utah mostly, and Wyoming, and he said, "Stay east, young man. There is not sufficient water to supply these lands." And obviously, we didn't stay east, and obviously, our cities keep growing, but we do have some big water issues looming. Places like Phoenix and Vegas and whatnot, where they just kind of grow like there's no tomorrow, and like it's back east, and of course they have to water the lawn, they have to water. All that has to come mostly from groundwater, or else be brought in from elsewhere, from the mountains and canals and whatnot. We're that's why this business of weather modification is lucrative for these companies that are seeding clouds and trying to bring some precipitation to certain areas. So part of the weather modification is military, I'd say the lion's share, but then part of it also is commercial, because people have to drink and people have to have water.
Okay. Now, you mentioned several times the UN. Now, it's your position that the UN has more is autonomous from the will of the United States?
Well, yeah, that's a debatable issue. How autonomous is it from the United States? I think that they have their own structure, and they have kind of their own history and their own agenda. Now, one of the things that I'm really concerned about is United Nations Agenda 21, which was unveiled at the 1992 Rio Earth Summit, as the way the 21st century was going to be completely changed and redesigned. We're going to redesign the economics of the world, the way we live, etc., because we all have to get together to save the planet from our damaging effects. There was an enormous propaganda push that led up to this, which had to do, they brought in the Dalai Lama and Sting and all these great musicians, and it was all kind of peace and love and flower children at the Rio Earth Summit, and all these, indigenous tribes from all over the world, banging their drums and everything. And in a way, you could look at this as kind of a way to sell a new vision for the world, which, the top people would like to usher in. That has to do with scaling back the industrial countries, pouring them, you might say, destroying the middle class, I think. this has been a big UN project. Now they call it UN Agenda 2030 because they want to get this implemented worldwide by 2030. Now, this was not passed in the Congress, but it was adopted by the president in 1992 or 3. First George Bush, who was going out, adopted it, and then President Clinton had a presidential advisory committee on Agenda 21 or whatever. And so most of the recommendations have been adopted as soft law. This is now being implemented by all our federal agencies. Personally, I think that there's a definite clash of philosophies between the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights and Agenda 21 on the one hand, and the U.S. Constitution on the other. Basically, I'll stick with the U.S. Constitution any day because it says our rights are given to us from God, they're inalienable, and it has a Bill of Rights. The United Nations says we decide what your rights are, and we can change our minds next week, and then your rights are going to be different. Well, that's perfect formula for totalitarian despotism, which, the United States, with its great experiment as a republic, has tried to ward off. So I see the UN as kind of warm and fuzzy looking, but I don't see it as warm and fuzzy at all. I see it as a prototypical one world government, which would be totalitarian and would be probably worse than what Stalin or Hitler did. So I'm not for it.
So you're not for the UN at all? You would disband the UN?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've got a little sign on my little shed here. This is a UN-free zone. Yeah, everything I've read about the UN is it's again, Tavistock's coming from Britain. The British, used to rule the world. They had all their colonies, and 53 of them turned into kind of independent states after World War II. This would be the British Commonwealth countries. But the deal was they all have to vote with Britain in the United Nations. So now you've got 54 votes on Britain's side compared to every other country of the 195 or something has only one vote. So the UN I see as a restoration really of British control over the earth. However that morphs. Now that said, America and Britain have been in lockstep for 100 years. We call it the Anglo-American Alliance. So all our wars have been fought with Britain. Britain has given us our CIA, has given us our Council on Foreign Relations. It's given us, there is this across the pond seeing eye to eye, and I think it mostly is at the level of the upper financial, people. No, I think the United States should hold on to the Constitution and the Bible and stay away from the United Nations because freedom and liberty and that sort of thing, very democracy, even very fragile thing, and our founding fathers knew that.
Got a commercial break coming up. We're with Dr. Eric T. Karlstrom. One of his websites, the one that I have pulled up, is 911NWO.com, but also, too, why don't you say them real quick? Naturalclimatechange.us.
Naturalclimatechange.us, very extensive. Waterwatchalliance.us, and just my name, erickarlstrom.com.
That's right, because you're also a musician, correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to be a musician. I would, if I didn't think this other stuff was so important, I would just want to play the banjo, But I have to split my time as it is.
Well, you're not giving up. That's good. Okay, we'll be right back after these messages with more of Dr. Eric T. Karlstrom.
All clear. Got about 4 minutes. Take a break.
Okay. Why don't you play your stuff, though, so it'll play over Spreaker and everything?
Say what now?
Yeah, like, because right now I got dead air on all the other stations. So if you play Vinny and all that kind of stuff, you play in between all your commercials and stuff, we can fill it up.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, but it's coming in over Skype.
Yeah, I should be able to pick it up if you play it over Skype.
Okay, let's see.
If it plays in my earphones, it'll play over the air.
Contains 53%
There you go.
protein and feeds the
Yeah.
body the nutrients it needs. Call 888-910-4367 and see what our powder, seeds, and oil can do for you. Only at hempusa.org. HempUSA.org introduces 3 brand new detox formulations of microplant powder. Brain fuel for depression, bipolar disorders, and stress. Total Care, anti-cancer agent that cleans the liver and organs and increases memory. Rejuvenate, invigorates and heals the body, mind, and spirit. These products are your alternative to pharmaceuticals. Call 888-910-4367 and like us on Facebook. We ship worldwide. Only at HempUSA.org.
The last hour of American Freedom Radio you have been listening to is proudly sponsored in part by BigReggaeMix.com, the global healing station.
Produced by Mitch Santel and executive produced by none other than Errol Brown, winner of 5 Grammy Awards and the last producer and engineer of Bob Marley. Visit us now at BigReggaeMix.com for the latest show schedule, updates, and blog postings. And don't forget to follow us on Twitter, too. BigReggaeMix.com.
Everybody talking about gun control. Gotta get rid of the guns. I like guns. When you got a gun, you don't have to work out. I ain't working out. I ain't jogging. You don't need no gun control. You know what you need? We need some bullet control. We need to control the bullets. That's right. I think all bullets should cost $5,000. You know why? Because if a bullet costs $5,000, there'll be no more innocent bystanders. Every time somebody gets shot, they'll be like, "Dad, he must have did something." So they put $50,000 worth of bullets in his head. And people will think before they kill somebody, if a bullet costs $5,000, man, I would blow your head off if I could afford it. I'm gonna get me another job. I'm gonna start saving some money, and you a dead man.
You're listening to AmericanFreedomRadio.com, the network who perseveres in delivering intelligent debate, constructive dialogue with true independence. The freedom to broadcast the truth is not free at all. So what is American Freedom Radio worth to you? The empowering information with fun, honest and pure integrity behind it provides an example to follow. Friendships to flourish with the moral altruism that pulls no punches. The hosts sacrifice and show remarkable discipline in their duty to deliver quality radio in service to the community with strength, wisdom and loyalty. The founders of AFR wish to thank you personally for sharing your views and insights to make the best radio and alternative media. Now it's time for you to give something back and play a vital role in the future of America. Be as generous with us as we've been with you. Click on the donate banner at AmericanFreedomRadio.com or volunteer by emailing AmericanFreedomRadio.com. Vaccine, psychotropic drugs, and artillery batteries not included.
No rules, no rules, no taboo topics, no taboo topics, no fear of doom, no fear of doom. We are American Freedom Radio, American Freedom Radio.
It's the Opperman Report. Join digital forensic investigator and PI Ed Opperman for an in-depth discussion of conspiracy theories, strategy of New World Order resistance, high-profile court cases in the news, and interviews with expert guests and authors on these topics and more. It's the Opperman Report. And now, here is investigator Ed Opperman.
Okay, welcome back to the Opperman Report. I'm your host, private investigator Ed Opperman. And this show is brought to you by emailrevealer.com. Go to emailrevealer.com. You get a copy of my book, How to Succeed as a Private Investigator. You can also order any kind of PI services, asset searches, infidelity investigations. Check us out at emailrevealer.com. Also, one more thing, too. If you listen to the show, if you go to Spreaker, Spreaker.com, Opperman Report, and you follow me on there, whenever we do a show, you'll get an email notification so you'll know when we're going live on the air. So that comes in handy for you. So Spreaker.com, Opperman Report. We're here today with Dr. Eric T. Karlstrom. We're talking about Tavistock, mind control, weather control, climate change, and all kinds of wonderful stuff. Doctor, are you there?
Yeah.
Give me an idea. Where do your politics stand? How would you describe yourself, your political viewpoints?
Yeah, well, I'd be glad to answer that, Ed. Let me just read, if you don't mind, this quote by President Lyndon Johnson. A long time ago said, "Control of space means control of the world. From space, the masters of infinity would have the power to control the Earth's weather, to cause drought and flood, to change the tides and raise the levels of the sea, to divert the Gulf Stream and change temperature climates to frigid." Okay, so, that's going back to probably the 60s or so, maybe even earlier. So this stuff is not new, but it has been kept really mostly out of the press, and so that's why I agree with this guy, Michael Crichton, who wrote, I think, the book called State of Fear. He's saying the biggest challenge facing modern man is to distinguish reality from propaganda or fantasy. And it's not easy because of this propaganda system. But going back to your question, and that's where, radio shows like this, I think, can play a very important role, because it's an alternative media, so we can hear other views, which is absolutely essential. In terms of my politics, I would say I was always kind of on the Democratic left-wing side. But now I've begun to realize how controlled both parties are, and I see maybe the greatest opportunity for making some progress at the local county level or maybe city level. I kind of, I don't have much hope for the presidential candidates. I think they're all manipulated by the same powers, and the Republicans are harder on the middle class, that's for sure. And since I would like to preserve the middle class, I tend to vote Democratic. But I don't see.
Yeah, I know, it's a depressing question, Unfortunately, yeah. It is so discouraging and so depressing. But now you said you're usually Democratic, left wing. So between Bernie and Hillary, obviously, where would you go? Where would you go there?
Well, there again, I mean, I think I think Hillary's pretty compromised, pretty dirty.
Yeah.
I've always been more impressed with Bernie, but. Again, I don't think the powers that be are going to let us choose that. It's going to be Hillary, I think, and but we'll see. In Colorado here, they wouldn't even let the Republican caucuses vote.
Yeah.
They said, "Okay, we're not going to let you vote. You're gonna have Ted Cruz as your candidate." Well, that means our democracy is pretty gone. If you can't even go through the motions anymore, they just say, well, then we have just a dictatorship, I think. So it is depressing.
Yeah. So now you wouldn't say that today we have a dictatorship and a kind of a fascist kind of system running this country?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And, it's an interesting combination of fascism and communism, because they're both totalitarian systems, I think, ultimately created by the same forces to control things. Fascism is just top-down revolution. So the revolution is from the top. These guys are the ones that are pushing things, I think, with their false flags like 911 and things like that. They are directing things. I mean, this would not happen if the ruling elite was not so obsessed with ushering in their fascist dictatorship. Yeah, I think is very fascist.
And your position is that ruling elite is centered in the UK?
Well, I think it's global, but I mean, Wall Street, City of London, Paris, the banks, Germany for sure. It's a financial elite,
yeah.
But I think it's backed up with secret societies and a host of think tanks like that Tavistock and intelligence agencies. I've been working on a paper on the life of Allen Dulles, of course, was the first CIA director, 1953 to 1961, and just looking at his career, he was the most extraordinary career. He was obviously born in privilege, and was almost he and his brother John Foster, while he was CIA director, his brother was Secretary of State. So they were in the Eisenhower administration really more powerful by far than Eisenhower. And what we've seen, I think, ever since is the CIA runs this country, and that our presidents are figureheads. And the CIA has been taking its marching orders again from MI6 and Tavistock. So, there's an illusion here of democracy. But I think the further you get into it, the more you see how these cabals, these networks, these cartels, corporate cartels. I.G. Farben was the big corporate cartel that supported Hitler. Well, I.G. Farben was all mobbed up with the Rockefeller interests, the Chase Bank and Standard Oil, and Dulles Brothers were their lawyers at Sullivan and Cromwell. So, anyway, if you look at the life of this one individual, which I'm doing now, and I'll have that posted pretty soon, you come up with a completely different worldview of where the power is and how the power is used. Certainly intelligence, think tanks, bankers, follow the bouncing ball. It's international. I mean, really, from what I get is that the British bankers and the American bankers set up Germany and Hitler to be the fall guy in World War II because they wanted the Germany to neutralize the Soviets. So it was a great experiment in the great game. It's always been a war between Britain and Russia. Well, here they got the Nazis to do their fighting for them, and then what happens after World War II? Well, we have the rat lines and Operation Paperclip from the CIA bringing all these Nazis into this country. So very cozy relationships before and after World War II between the Dulles brothers and the Nazis. Even to the point where Martin Bormann, who was the head of the Nazi Internationale, which Joseph Farrell has written so much about, and gone on the radio too, Martin Bormann, who was able to go through the rat lines and then wind up in Argentina with all these other Nazis, had all these business relationships with the Dulles brothers. So, there is this level of manipulation, financial manipulation, that is, Allen Dulles betrayed every president he served over 50 years. And there's a lot of indication now that he was kind of the CEO of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, he got right on the Warren Commission and covered the whole dang thing up and said it was Lee Harvey Oswald, it was a lone nut. So, I mean, once you start to see how power really works and how it is invested in a very small group of people who seem, because they're part of the team, they pull these things off. I mean, Dulles brothers were working with the Rockefellers and the Harrimans and the Bush family. That was the very, very active group that was, arming Hitler before World War II and profiting by all their business relationships with the Nazis. So, once you realize that the CIA has basically been running this country ever since Allen Dulles, and that our democracy is somewhat of a charade, it changes your worldview, and it's hard to get excited about Democrats or Republicans.
Yeah, I hear you, man. A couple of things, because there was a question in the chat room before, and you mentioned this thing about Lyndon Johnson and controlling space. And I heard you also, too, on another show talking about Dave McGowan and his book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. Now, Dave was a frequent guest on the show, and one of our shows that we did was about the moon landing hoax. Now, where would you land on that? What is your theory about the moon landing? Did we really get to the moon, or was it a hoax?
Wow. Well, I appreciate the question, but let me just kind of weigh in where I'm coming from.
Sure.
I grew up in the D.C. area. My dad has a Ph.D. in geology from the University of Chicago. He worked with the U.S. Geological Survey, and he mapped the glacial history of Alaska all through the 50s, and he was a proponent of climatic cycles. So I have his library and my library, and he was a very, very productive scientist. But, so I have a lot to fall back on when I say, humans are not causing this, any catastrophic warming. But in 1965, our family drove out from Virginia over to Flagstaff so that he could be part of a team of the U.S. Geological Survey's astrogeology branch that would train the astronauts for the moon landings. So there my dad was being interviewed by Walter Cronkite in 1969 when supposedly, Neil Armstrong and those guys were landing on the moon. And now we have, by the way, I love David McGowan's book about weird canyons, scenes in the canyon. And I have read his Wag the Moondoggie series, and it's very convincing, and I've watched several videos on this. And I tend to think that that he's right. That what happened was that the Nazis who came over to this country, maybe 5,000 of them through the CIA rat lines that went through the Vatican, we got Werner von Braun and all these rocket scientists that became the basis of NASA, as I'm sure you know. And then also some of these top guys were involved in the MK Ultra mind control stuff, the Joseph Mengeles and whatnot, who had done mind control things, dastardly things, terrible things, which became the MK Ultra and Project Bluebird and Artichoke. I've written a long article about the history of and applications of mind control, and it was a very difficult article for me to write because it is like going into the ninth circle of hell to even realize that humans would do this kind of thing to other human beings. But anyway, this came over with the Nazis. So I tend to think that the moon landing, I know my dad mapped the moon. I think he made some good maps. Whether we actually put a guy on the moon, Neil Armstrong, that might have been in a movie theater in London or Hollywood. I don't know. I'm aware of the arguments. I'm not quite certain, but I tend to think that probably it was a propaganda ploy in some ways to make America feel good about itself in a time of tremendous turmoil and upheaval, the Vietnam War. And as Dave correctly points out, I mean, every time something terrible happened in Vietnam, the NASA would send another flight up to the moon, and we'd get all those headlines about how great we are. So that's a tough one for me since my dad was involved with that. But I am very persuaded by McGowan's research on Laurel Canyon and the Tavistock influenced hippie movement, counterculture. And why not? If that was going on at that level of interference was going on, which I'm convinced it was because I lived through that time period. I know there were CIA guys with they had an operation. They were photographing dissidents on campus, and I was one of those dissidents that was being photographed. So yeah, the level of intrusion by our government, the level of propaganda, we're just beginning to realize. Now, the moon landing there's some real good arguments saying we probably didn't do it. One is that we can't do it now.
That's right. Probably the best one. Yeah.
In 1969, I'm sure you heard Dave make that argument, and then of course getting through the Van Allen belt with all that cosmic radiation, you'd need 10 feet of lead around any spacecraft to protect the astronauts from being irradiated and killed. So yeah, I'm skeptical now. All those years, I just assumed that it was the truth, like everybody else. I did ask my dad one time, well, who took that picture of Neil Armstrong? Here's the first guy getting off the first spaceship in the moon, saying, "Small step for man, a great leap for mankind." Who was on the moon taking his picture? And he said, "Good question." So he wasn't. And then when I probed him further, he said, well, I was there. So he would have been at Houston, I guess, when this was going on and flying all over the country. So yeah, it's a question mark in my mind for sure.
It's interesting. You mentioned Project Paperclip. I interviewed a guest one time whose father was involved, was one of these Nazis that came over. And Project Paperclip wasn't just the moon project at NASA. They also started the Food and Drug Administration. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, that was created by those same Nazis that came over. The Food and Drug Administration. How do you like that? And they're the ones that started getting us on all these antidepressants and all that kind of stuff. I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's in my research on Alan Dulles, what I'm finding is that the Nazis really were a creation of the Tool Society, which is one of these occult secret societies, and Aleister Crowley's OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, and it really, is creation of this international secret society group, and it's a cult. The Nazis were a cult, and they were a death cult. So while I have all the sympathy in the world for the people of Germany, who lost 10 million people in World War II or something like that, they were victims of this tremendous mass propaganda campaign that came out of Tavistock. So again, this banker named Tiarks out of London talked about the German experiment, and then others talked about the Hitler Project. So Hitler was built up by America and the and Britain to be the bad guy that would start a war, because the rich guys make so much money off wars, lending money to both sides, and and then this very, very dangerous group of people were imported into South and Central and North America through Operation Paperclip. Have had enormous impact and formed the right wing of our Republican Party for years. And George H.W. Bush had a number of former Nazis in his administration, and this came out. It was one of those things that wasn't reported on much, but this was back in about 1990 or 88 or something. So yeah, the Nazis have been a enormous and terrible presence in this country, I'm afraid. I'm sure some of them are nice to their dogs and their kids, but in general, I think we don't need fascists here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another one of Dave's books you might want to look into. Understanding the F Word, is about fascism.
I should buy that. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of great work, man. What a loss, I tell you. Another thing.
I'm worried about him. I don't know if he smoked himself to death or whether he was a victim of some kind of retaliation, because he sure put himself on the line. And I've listened to some of his interviews, and he talked about the trend where more and more Americans are being more and more isolated. And I think this must have happened to him, and you're right. It's a tremendous loss. I think he was a very good writer and a great researcher.
Oh, yeah. Now, again, you mentioned Crowley, and you mentioned, I know a lot of your work is on cults as well. Now, how does that fit into all this?
Well, again, the mind control. The people in Tavistock, that wanted to learn the tools of psychological warfare. How do you control people from a distance? Certainly trauma-based mind control works on the individual, but you can also have it work on a whole culture. For instance, if you, televise the assassination of Kennedy and then show it over and over again. I mean, the nation was very traumatized at that time. You wouldn't remember that, I guess, because it would have happened about the time you were born.
Yeah.
But certainly you remember 911 as another great example of trauma-based mind control applied to the masses, and the TV just shows the buildings falling over and over and over again. And the idea is to scare the individual until, they dissociate. They just kind of, terrorized, and then
Did I lose you? Okay, I think we lost audio. Danny, are you there? I might have lost Danny too. Oh, I'm seeing some activity.
No, I am.
Oh, Danny, you're there, but we lost the caller?
Yeah, I'm calling back.
Okay, great. Okay, while we're waiting for our caller to come back, keep in mind, we went off the air for about 2 weeks on American Freedom Radio here, and it was because of a equipment malfunction, but the station needs funding and donations. They survive almost entirely on donations. So if you go to AmericanFreedomRadio.com, there's a donate button where you can go over there and help to keep the station alive, that we don't have another big interruption like we just had. So Danny, as soon as he comes back, just give me a little shout there. Let's see. Yeah, I tell you, we're talking about the UN, and we've discussed this before. It's been my experience with the UN that they're totally at the under the thumb of the United States government. I've talked about this before with Jim Rothstein. UN's based in New York. The land was donated by the Rockefellers. You got all these UN employees and delegates. They all live in New York, and they must be under such surveillance and infiltration in their life in so many ways that they don't even realize. That I can't see them doing anything that would be outside of the bidding of the CIA and the U.S. government and that kind of stuff. And of course, our guest has his own theories, and so we'll just try and get his information. Let's see. I'm talking about the UN. My position on the moon landing. I think it's.
He's back.
Oh, great! Hey, how are you?
I don't know what happened. Maybe I leaned on the phone too much with my ear. But anyway, now we're back. So
yeah, I thought they got you. The Nazis got you.
Well, I'm out here in the country, Ed. So I think of course they can get you out in the country, but it's pretty peaceful.
Well, at least you could see them coming.
Yeah, you can see them coming.
You got your dogs out there. The dogs start barking. Get yourself okay. We were talking about the cults.
Right, the cults. Yeah.
Right.
Well, okay. You start looking. And in my websites, I have to be quite honest. Again, I'm not trying to sell a book. I'm not trying to make money. So I will often, find other information from books or websites, and sometimes if it's a website, I'll just cut and paste it. I think that a lot of that goes on, but I always attribute where it comes from. But United States, there's a cover stories. If you got a country run by intelligence agencies for financial elites, how do intelligence operatives operate? Well, they have a false name, they have a false story, and they want to accomplish something that they're not telling you. They're not telling you what they want to accomplish. So they get very used to a world of cover stories. So I would just, tend to look at, 911 as a cover story. What happened did not, it did not happen as it was portrayed. Likewise, the global warming thing. Well, likewise, the Jim Jones story. We've all heard the story about Jim Jones, but if we go a little deeper, and I do that in my I think it's chapter 8 or 9 in my series on the New World Religion. If we go a little bit deeper, we see that Jim Jones had all kinds of intelligence contacts, and that what he was doing down in Guyana was taking a bunch of blacks that he were part of his People's Temple Church up in San Francisco, and he was using them as labor. And he was kind of a sexual pervert. Actually would have sex with anybody he felt. And he was using lots of mind control on people. So I think the ultimate goal of mind control is to enslave humanity. And things like, Jim Jones and the People's Temple, these are experiments in, let's see if this works. Let's see if this will work, And then, of course, when Congressman Leo Ryan from California got wind of some of this, he went down to visit Guyana. He was killed, and he was taken out by probably special forces guys who were whites, who were kind of on the margins of the People's Temple. So the cult then provided an ideal circumstance for mind control. See, what happened in the mind control experiments in the MK Ultra was, back in the 50s and 60s, this was all done at universities, hospitals, military bases, places of, very high reputation, and the people working on it were very high, prestigious people. Well, and then 1976 or 77, Senator Frank Church investigated the CIA for the first time. And, it came to light that over 10,000 illegal operations had been committed between 1947 and 1977. So the mind control experiments had to go underground. And where did they go? Well, a lot of them went into the cults. Many of these cults are created by the CIA. Now, I would take the position that a lot of our shooters are MK Ultra or Project Monarch victims. In other words, they have multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder is what they call it now, based on trauma-based mind control, which occurred to them before the age of 6. Now, see, the way it works, from what I understand, between 0 and 6, if an individual is traumatized extremely, for instance, satanic ritual abuse, sexual molestation, things like that, rape, the child, in order to survive, actually splinters off a new personality. And then this knowledge, of course, goes way back to the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Then that new personality can be named and given an identity, and then can be controlled with triggers and whatnot. So then you could set up a Manchurian Candidate type person, or a courier, or a sex slave, or whatever. So between 0 and 6 is when this intensive trauma-based mind control happens to kids, and has in the Illuminati families apparently for many centuries. And then after 6, if a person is exposed to great trauma, then they get post-traumatic stress disorder or shell shock, which is it's a different response to extreme trauma. But this what happens between the age of 0 and 6 is exploitable, so that a trainer or a handler or a psychologist, if it's MK Ultra, can actually program a whole series of altered personalities or sub-personalities. Okay, well, again, this was done in universities, done in hospitals in the 50s and 60s. And who knows how many victims there are in this country of these programs, because this is highly classified. This was very, very top secret. Now the word's out. But again, the cults have been very useful for continuing these projects, Heaven's Gate, things like that. Again, the ultimate goal is to control people and to enslave them. And this is coming from people at the top who don't have the best interest of humanity at heart, it would appear.
It's funny, you mentioned the Heaven's Gate. Did you know that the landlord for that home in Heaven's Gate cult was the same landlord for some of the 9/11 hijackers?
There you go.
They don't go very far to hide it.
Very interesting connections.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's Scientology, which is this enormous cult that came out of British psychiatry. And I think my whole Chapter 9 of my investigative series on my 911nwo.com website talks about the military and origins of Scientology. And again, but somehow or another, this L. Ron Hubbard guy, who was in the Office of Naval Intelligence, but also associate of Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, who was this occultist in Southern California and Pasadena, who formed the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. So it all gets very, very hairy in the sense that, who's what, and then you look at Jeffrey Dahmer and some of these, as I imagine if you've interviewed Dave McGowan, some of these serial killers, I mean, they're coming from nice backgrounds, good families. What happened? Very curious.
Well, Dahmer had a satanic altar in his apartment.
He had a what?
A satanic altar in his apartment.
Yes. Well, yeah, and I'm sure he had a number of personalities, too. But somehow along the way he became Satanized, and, of course, who knows if someone was controlling him, because that is part of the system where you have, these multiple personalities, DID, which I think we now see. There's a lot of talk about people like this being in acting and music and things like that. They have their handlers who can trigger them from one altar to the next, and then oftentimes they will have amnesia barriers in between the different personalities so that they don't even remember what they did. So it's as if, a lot of this is going on in the subconscious, and the psychologists, the psychiatrists who develop these programs with the CIA, they're scientists. They figured out how to do it, and of course they were taking a system which has been around with the occult for a long time, but now the occult had moved into intelligence operations that our taxpayers pay for. So we're in a weird situation, and especially with the cults, because who knows exactly what's going on with the cults. There's a Sabud cult was apparently associated with the McMartin situation, that preschool situation in Southern California. The Sabud cult, comes from this teacher in Indonesia or something like that, But once you get a cult, then they're a team, and it's kind of them against the world, and they can be manipulated and programmed to fulfill certain functions, I think. And I scratched the surface of it in my paper there, enough to be very wary of the cults. But then the CIA comes back in order to protect itself, and it sets up the false memory syndrome group, saying that everybody who claims to be traumatized when they're a kid, they have false memories, and they set up the Cult Awareness Network, which is supposed to monitor the cults. So, they're playing all sides, and that's the world we live in now, with operatives, and I heard Jay Dyer use the word lifetime actor, people who are acting, Well, some people are getting paid to act, So.
Yeah, back to Dahmer, it was interesting that there's a story about him that when he was a teenager, they took a school field trip to Washington, D.C., and he went over and got on a payphone and arranged some kind of private tour. I don't think it was the White House. It might have been like Congress or something. But he was able to arrange some kind of private tour. I had another guest on the show, too, Mayor Jim Rothstein, who was a former NYPD detective, who said that Dahmer had connections to the Process Church cult. Have you done any research into the Process Church?
Oh, yeah, that's a big one. Now we're talking, Manson and Helter Skelter and race wars, and that, of course, overlaps a lot with David McGowan's work down in Laurel Canyon. And it relates to the CIA, MK Ultra. It relates to Manson, of course, was in jail most of his life, but he could easily have been a victim of mind control himself, and then turned out to be the handler of others. All very occult and satanic, and so all this stuff was kind of a little spike of interest in this sort of thing back in the 80s, in the early 80s, as I recall. And now it seems to be coming around again. The awareness of these things. There was a lot of effort on the part of the CIA and others to say that this is all nonsense, but it does seem that there is an underground world of cults and Satanism. Again, the Nazis would be a satanic cult, as far as I can tell. The Illuminati, the Order of Death, the Skull and Bones, the Order of Death. These people get satanized, and that's tough. I guess you make the deal, and you get your material benefits in this life, and then you go to hell. I guess that's the deal, Certainly that would seem to be the case, but this is kind of spooky, scary stuff. And the fact that the CIA has been dabbling with these things, and the CIA is supposed to be, protecting the interests of the United States of America and its citizens, that's more than a little spooky.
Yeah, it's interesting. Can you point to one thing the CIA has ever done to protect the interests of the United States? Like even just objectively, like just even being the what do you call that? You know what I'm talking about? That devil's advocate. You know what I mean? What have they ever done? That's public that they've done to help.
Well, again, going back to Allen Dulles, everything he did was to subvert the president and the government, and to subvert the United States. So, it turns out he had like I say, these deals with the Nazis. He had these deals with Martin Bormann. He had deals with Mossad. He had deals with MI6. What was he, a quadruple agent? He's not representing the United States. He's representing all these different interests, or he's above them and coordinating them. I don't know. It's a very confusing scenario. There's a book that came out by David Talbot just now called The Devil's Chessboard, which is about Dulles. But I've got about 40 or 50 books right in my own personal library that reference him. And so through all these different books, I'm getting a picture of what what the man did in his life, which is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, David was supposed to come on the show, and every time you mention Dulles, I cringe because we had to cancel at the last second, and it really bugs me. I've been trying to get him back, and I've never been able to do it. So every time you mention Dulles, I'm like, because Talbot was supposed to come on the show. Now, you think they're obviously doing this stuff, the pedophilia, the satanic ritual abuse, they're doing this. Do you think they're really getting power out of this, or is there some other type of motive that they're doing it for?
Yeah, well, wealth, power, I think, anything you want. I mean,
supernatural power. Are they gaining some type of supernatural power out of these blood sacrifices and the stuff that they're doing?
Okay, that's a very good question. Hitler was all about the Superman, Well, what is the Superman? Is that the person who has been ritually abused in a satanic ritual abuse situation and turned into a multiple? What is that? I would imagine that there is power available. The story in the Bible, Jesus, after 40 days, the devil confronts him and says, all the kingdoms of the earth I will give you if you just, bow down and worship me. And, of course, Jesus said no. But others have accepted the deal, obviously, and seems to be almost that simple, although I think it's very easy to be born into one of these families, and then you have no choice. That's very sad to me. Certain people have choices, and they make them. Others, I think, were scripted. But yeah, there must be a lot of bennies. At least there's so many stories. What's the guy's name? Robert Johnson, who met the devil at the crossroads, and he was a terrible guitar player in Mississippi. Met the devil and sold his soul, they say, and he was the best blues guitar player in the world after that. So, you can read about that. There's, people who saw that and saw how good he got and how bad he was, and so I guess, yeah, the trade-off is temporary fame and glory and anything you want, and then the long-term perdition, as far as I can tell. It's not a good deal, bad deal. But evidently there's lots of people like Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley Crowley's a very curious fellow because he was an MI6. He was a spy. Mm. And so there is this connection then between Satanism and intelligence operations. That goes back to John Dee of Britain, who was in Queen Elizabeth's court as the first 007, and he was also a spy and a genius, and he was summoning angels. He said,
Well, and some would say Ben Franklin too. The Hellfire Club, and he was a spy, and they found all those bones and stuff under his house. Because weren't before when you were saying the founding fathers were okay?
Well, okay, there's the other side of that story, But yeah, Ben Franklin sure seems to have been in the Hellfire Club and seems to have been, had many hats. Yeah, the Dashwood and all this stuff from England was very connected. These cults that Benjamin Franklin was involved with, and so these guys were the leaders, the movers and shakers. So I think he probably had a lot of beautiful women and a lot of wine, women, and song and power. And I don't know what his eternal fate is. But I think that most of those people would think that that's not an issue. That when you die, that's it. So therefore, grab the fast lane. It really kind of comes down to your belief in whether there is an afterlife. If there is an afterlife, you have to kind of factor that in your behavior somewhat. And if there isn't, then I guess eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
How would you describe your faith?
Well, my research has. I was a Buddhist when I started this, and I have made a lifelong search of this, and that was one of the things that made me interested in coming to Crestone, is all these different religions here. Now I'm a Christian, and I see I get excited about things like the Shroud of Turin, as being, I think pretty good evidence that something supernatural happened at the resurrection, indicating that, Jesus is who he says he was. So that's what I believe, and I'm almost embarrassed to say that's what I believe now. But it's been a lifelong search. I've gone through a lot of different explorations in that regard. But I'd like to think I'm firm on that now for the duration.
Okay. Any denomination?
Well, it's hard. I was actually baptized Lutheran. My grandfather was a Lutheran minister, but he died before I was born. So I guess I kind of lean in that direction, but I love bluegrass gospel music, so that draws me towards the low church, the Baptist types. So I don't know. I mean, I don't get too excited about any church, but I think that the person of Jesus is very real. So
yeah, and there can't be too many churches where you live, right?
No, I got a choice between this Carmelite Catholic and the Baptist church.
Yeah, because when I looked it up on Wikipedia, it said there was 750 people living there. You say 1,500. I guess they had a sale on Viagra or something down there. The population doubled within Wikipedia entry.
Yeah, it's very small, and I really don't know, which probably is closer to 1,500 now, but there's a lot of coming and going. It's kind of second homes here too. Right.
Okay. Now, also today, you mentioned several times that you're not selling a book. And how do you make a living now? You're retired, just live off a pension?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was 30 years in academics, and so I have enough coming in. California is a lot more expensive than where I live in Colorado, so I have enough here.
Gotcha. Yeah. Now, back to the Founding Fathers. Are you one of those that feel that the Founding Fathers were Christians, or were they Masons, or a little combination of both, or what?
I think a combination. I think there was a lot of Masonic influence. You go back to the whole Bacon and John Dee lost continent of Atlantis vision for America. I think there was that Freemasonic goal for America. But I think that most of the people that were here were Christian. And even today, 75% will say that, they're Christian in this country. So I would disagree with Obama when he says we're not a Christian nation. But I think that, the Christianity has gotten, weaker. But in general, I think that's, still kind of the dominant worldview. The Founding Fathers thing, I'm aware of, the fact that they've been, kind of dethroned in the mind of a lot of people. But I think if you look at the Constitution, you see in that a tremendous understanding of how, of history and power and what works and what doesn't work. And remember, it was Ben Franklin who came out of the Constitutional Convention, and a lady reporter said, "Mr. Franklin, what have you given us?" And he said, "A republic, if you can keep it." I think right now we're fraying. The republic is fraying badly. But I think it's potentially, if we could get our politicians, on board to enforce the laws and represent the people, I think, the structures are good. It's just, who do the politicians represent? Do they represent the 1% extremely wealthy, or do they represent the 99%? And they took an oath to defend the Constitution, so there's a lot of people who are backsliding on that. So I think if we hold on to the Constitution, we're that's our hope,
Oh, okay. Now you mentioned Obama. Where do you land on Obama? Do you think he's a Muslim, fake birth certificate, or CIA product?
I think CIA product.
Yeah, I would think so too.
In fact, everything I've read, and then I heard a great interview with Victor Thorne, who wrote a book about that. And, I think he is, he well could be one of these multiple MK Ultras. It's terrible to think that, but he could be completely controlled. Now, the scary thing about that is that if an individual is an MK Ultra, from what I've read, they're really not themselves. In other words, they're under our powers of others. Almost they don't have a soul. It's very scary to think that humans have this power over other humans. I mean, it's one thing to have a slave. It's another thing to take away that person's identity and soul. That's much worse, I think.
And that's interesting because sometimes you do meet people like that. Just you could just tell there's something inside them that's just dead. Not even that they're a bad person or an evil person.
Right.
There's just something missing. There's just something missing there. Now you said Victor Thorne wrote a book about Obama being CIA.
Yeah, something about the Obama plot.
Okay,
the plot of Obama or something like that. I could email you the reference, but it is I did transcribe something like that on my website, so I know it's on my website somewhere. Yeah, Victor Thorne's been very busy writing about these things. He wrote a book about 911 and a number of things. But he's written a book about Obama, and I've heard him on interview, and he's makes a pretty good case.
Okay, yeah, we got to get him on. Now, what about? I know, listen, we're kind of going all over the place, right? But what about you got the History Channel now, right? Which is pretty much turned into the Ancient Alien Channel 24/7. What do you land on that? What do you think about that? Have you looked into it?
I read certainly a lot about it, and of course, a lot of these UFO cults, I think, are. Well, of course, that gets into the question of the UFOs themselves, but I think the UFO cults, like the Ray Aliens and things like this, Scientologists, the Heaven's Gate, I think a lot of these are CIA cults, or cults of other stripes that, are fairly dark. In terms of the ancient aliens and all that stuff, I would be brought up, I guess, more or less with the academic view, which is, I believe in evolution. Which puts me at odds with the Baptists. But I do think that humans did evolve, and I don't see any need for any beings from other planets to come here. Even though the fossil record is pretty spotty, seems like the first humans, really the Homo habilis about 2 million years ago, and then Homo erectus about 1 million years ago, and then Homo sapiens about 200,000 years ago. Us, Cro-Magnon, and I don't see the aliens coming and turning making us a slave race and all that stuff. To me, that gets over into the area where I'm just not comfortable.
Yeah, and you mentioned UFOs. Where do you land on that?
Well, I've read a lot of things on that. I've read that some of them are made in America. I've read that the Germans had a flying saucer during World War II, and of course, Joseph Farrell is always talking about their tremendous, scientific, military discoveries that they developed that we didn't have. I guess I would be. Well, I told you I'm a Christian. I think that there are powers and principalities, and I think there are demons, and I think these abductions, it could be mind control, military abductions, could be CIA mind control, could be powers and principalities in cooperation with the CIA. I don't know. So I'm agnostic on those things. What about yourself, Ed?
Well, pretty much the same thing. It's hard to say without there's just so many possibilities. Like you said, could be man-made, could be otherworldly, could be demons. Like you said, fallen angels. Because fallen angels in the Bible, where'd they go? What's going on? They existed at one time. They could have all perished in the flood. So who knows?
Yeah, I think that you have perhaps heard of Operation Bluebeam.
Sure.
Yeah. The idea that there could be a staged alien invasion, I think, if you listen to Daniel Estulin, who I think you would enjoy if you could get him.
No, I had him on.
Oh, you've had him on?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, he thinks that this UFO thing is, he thinks that basically after World War II, The British wanted to deindustrialize the United States. We were too powerful, too rich, so that we would come back under their colonial orbit. And to do that, again, the changing images of man out of the Stanford Research Institute of Professor Willis Harman, which we wanted to substitute. He said that they wanted to substitute the American kind of belief in industrial progress, wanted to have a paradigm shift and shift us into a mystical, superstitious, into the Eastern mysticism stuff. That would be more kind of the Crowley thing. And that this is a lot of what the counterculture was about, and of course that feeds into David McGowan's work in Laurel Canyon. The idea was to pull us off of our rational scientific industrial progress, which was the basis in large part for our wealth, and get us into this kind of passive tune in, turn on and drop out kind of mentality to all take drugs. And the CIA knew that LSD was psychosis producing and a weapon of war. They'd done 15 years of research on it before they dumped it on the American youth, which is my generation. This is the Aldous Huxley Brave New World, I think, that they've been trying to get, to happen, so that we would embrace our servitude. We're just so zoned out that, we don't want to stand up for our republic. I think that, that the UFO thing kind of feeds into that. If you start believing in these wacko, crazy things, I'll sell you a bridge in Arizona, or whatever, or a short beachfront property in Arizona, whatever. I think it's, again, pulling us away from being the world's power. Again, it comes, I think, down to wealth and power. And these would be techniques. And I've noticed how many lives it's destroyed. So I'm not particularly fond of the people who came up with these ideas, and I can name them, and on my website certainly do. And when I can, I show pictures of them. I mean, to me, this is all these people should, if we could try them and lock them up, that would be the right thing.
So you would advocate for the United States of America to be the dominant world power?
Well,
we've done no good.
Well, this is what we've done, of course. I mean, that's kind of a different question. We have been the world power. I don't think we've done a very good job of it. I mean, you look at Allen Dulles and all the coups and all the assassinations. There was this sense that, after World War II, that all these third world countries were going to get, become nationalistic. Well, the Dulles brothers and the elite made sure that didn't happen. They came into the American orbit, and of course, Soviets had their orbit. So yeah, it's all. I guess what I'm advocating is that America. The vision of the founding fathers was that we were active participants in our own government, and what we've had is this national security state, which has operated our government, I think, for the benefit of Wall Street and the City of London, rather than in the interests of the American people. So. I could be wrong about that, but and again, I'm a physical geographer.
You know what? The show's ending. Real quick, what do you want to leave us with? You got like 30 seconds.
Well, I guess be skeptical, research things. Don't take my word for anything, but read. Turn off the TV, which is perhaps the most effective propaganda system in the history of the world, because it hypnotizes you while it gives you a lot of garbage. That would be my point. I think we need to read. I think we need to get back to reality.
And thank you so much. I'm sorry. I thought we had another couple of minutes. Dr. Eric T. Karlstrom, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Well, thank you, Ed. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay.